Hey, good morning. Can you hear me, sir? You're on mute. Where's his sheet? Jackson. He doesn't have anybody here with him?
A P&P officer, I'm gonna read it.
Okay. A P&P officer? Okay. I'll see him. Okay. All right. All right. So Mr. Kennedy Jackson, correct?
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. And you're at St. James Parish Jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, today is May 21st, 2026, and the time is 8:59. And I'm going to be the chairman on your panel today. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. Can you hear me good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And also in the panel is Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater. They're joining us by Zoom. And today's staff from headquarters, can you introduce yourself, please?
Jackson Thompson.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm going to ask you now, do you have a questionnaire in front of you?
A questionnaire? No, ma'am. She gonna get it.
Yeah, and they can put it up on the screen also. See if that's you. Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
I have one right now.
Okay. Well, based upon the answers on your questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Okay, we'll proceed. All right. And we don't have a warden with us, but we do have a P&P officer. Do you want to wait until after after everything is read, concerning this case, and then you go ahead and speak, Mr. McGrew?
So I'm just here to answer any questions you may have. I know our activity report was pretty detailed. I'm just here if there's any questions that need to be addressed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, today's case is going to be handled by Mr. Pete Freeman, so I'm going to hand it over to you. Well, no, before that, give your name and your DOC number for the record, sir. I'm sorry.
My name is Kennedy Jackson, 297999.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Freeman is going to take over your interview.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna read the violations and then we're gonna talk about them, okay? You could plead guilty or not guilty, with or without a statement. And Mr. McGrew, if you want to interject while we're talking, let us know. If you can clear stuff up for us, we'd appreciate it. I did read everything. I think I know what went on, but we may need your clarity.
Yes,
So,
sir.
okay, let's go, Mr. Jackson. It is alleged you violated condition number 2. I will submit monthly reports by the 5th of every month till I complete my supervision. I will also report to my parole officer in order to do so. They are alleging that they could not find you, and that on March 26th, attempts were made at the residence. There was numerous attempts, and they couldn't get you. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty?
Plead guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay. Well, let's talk about. I'm gonna go on and read condition number 3 because all of these are dealing with the same evidence. Condition number 3, I will live at the address on this certificate. I must move from this address. I will get permission from my parole officer for doing so. In addition, I will not leave the state of Louisiana without permission. You plead not guilty to that also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Condition number 9, I agree to visit at my residence or place of employment by my parole officer at any time. I also agree to searches of my person, property, residence, and vehicle when reasonable suspicion exists that I am or have been engaged in criminal activity. You plead not guilty to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's talk about it. Where were you living? You trying to say you were living in the car?
No, I'm not living in the car. I'm living at 2223 South Crusoe Street. That's my
Okay.
residence. That's my residence.
Okay. Okay. Was that the address that was on your certificate?
Yes, I've been living there since 2013.
Okay. Well, why would they leave a card in your door and they come back 2 or 3 weeks later, the same card's at?
I was at work. Listen, I've been doing this, what I'm doing right now, for 36 years.
Well, you're not doing it right.
Why I'm not? If I'm working, I'm 63 years old. And
Did you
all
give
I,
them evidence of work? Okay, let's move. Let me ask you this. Why would your neighbors say that you barely stay there?
I don't know nothing about my neighbors. My neighbors never at their residence where they live. We never, that's a condemned trailer. I didn't know my neighbors lived in that trailer. That trailer's been condemned since Hurricane Ida. I haven't seen nobody living in there. The trailer that's live on side of me have been condemned since Hurricane Ida. Now, if anybody living there, they're living there without no license.
Okay, let me ask you this. So did you ever tell your probation at one time you were living in the car? That's why you didn't see the stuff?
My stuff.
Yeah, that's why you didn't see the card and stuff and all of that. You was living in the
I saw
car.
the card. No, this is what I told him. I saw the card. This is a new PO. I don't even know who he is. My old PO that's retired or he got promoted told me I had a new PO coming. So I texted him. I called him. He never responded.
Okay, but let's hear from Mr. McGrew.
I never
All
had
right,
that
calm
problem.
down. Let's
Okay.
hear from Mr. McGrew and see if he can clear some of this up. Talk to us, Agent McGrew.
Yes, sir. Like I stated, we went to the house a few different times. One time we left a card, I believe it was on the 6th. We went back on the 18th, it was still there. We had a neighbor in the yard tell us he wasn't staying there. The sheriff's office attempted contact with him multiple times. They couldn't get in contact with him either. So we just couldn't see him there.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move back to condition number 4. I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos, refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. The offender was arrested by the St. James Parish Sheriff's Office on or about 3/5/26 for felony offense of LARS 15-542-1-2, failure of a sex offender to notify law enforcement of change address or the registration, and you pled not guilty. So this could be the same thing, Mr. Jackson. You say you were there, they just couldn't find you.
No, sir. I'm at work at the time that he comes.
Okay, all right. Where do you work? Where do you
At
work?
that time, I was working for postcomsolution.com. Postcomsolution.com. Okay, and I'm working at Cracker Barrel. At Cracker Barrel. I've been working for 36 years.
Well, why you never paid on your supervision fees? If you've been working for 36 years, you owe $8,000.
Listen, not straight working like that. I always kept me a job, but I'm telling you, the probation officer that I had before this guy, whatever his name is, told me don't worry about it until after you get off of your
Okay.
parole.
Yeah,
That's what was told.
that's not the major violation. I understand.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions for Mr. Jackson. Did either of my colleagues have any questions?
Mr. Prater?
I do not have any.
I don't have any.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Ms. Cowan, can I
Oh,
vote?
oh, yeah. Yes, please vote.
Okay.
Can I say
All right,
something before y'all
Mr.
vote?
Jackson.
Can I say something before y'all vote?
Yeah, hurry up. Go ahead.
Hurry up, okay. This is my first time ever being in trouble. since I've been out of jail. Since I've been out of jail, I've never been in trouble, nothing with the law. Never been convicted of anything. Okay? So now all of a sudden this come about when I get a new PO. That's all. That was just a misunderstanding.
Okay,
I tried contacting him. I called the number when I
Okay.
got off work. I'm working 2 jobs. Sometimes I get off.
okay, okay, we got you. All right, we ready to vote now. Okay, Mr. Jackson, I find you in violation of condition number 2, 3, 4, and 9. And my vote today is to revoke.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
My vote is to revoke. It's in conditions 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10.
Okay, my vote is to revoke 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10, and 10 because you say you work it, so you should be something on it.
Hey, we might ought to tell St. James Parish that guy's up and gone.
Oh, he left?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm
today
gonna
is
say it for the
to
records. Today, Mr. Kennedy, your parole has been revoked.
Wait, hold on, you gotta wait till the mail jail to come in. Have a seat, Mr. Jackson.
Get ready.
Have a seat. I'm the sergeant. I did.
revoke.
He kinda. Well. I don't have a part 2 yet. Do you, Pete?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Martin. Can you, want to make sure you're not on mute. Can you speak to me? Say hello. We still can't hear you. You must be on mute. All right. I think you're on. Can you say hello, Mr. Martin?
Hello.
Okay. All right. All right. Good morning. Today's date is May 21st, 2026. I'm at headquarters, and we have our other two board members. They're going to be joining us from Zoom, Pete Freeman and Steve Prater. And you're at LaFouche Parish Jail.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get you for the record. Just please say your name and your DOC number, please.
John Martin, 531868.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire there that you signed?
You
I
know,
was looking for it. I didn't see an email with it on there.
It's not a problem. They'll put it up on the screen. Okay. All right. And then you look at it and tell me if it's you, sir. You recognize it. All right. Do you see it?
yeah, I see it.
Okay. Based upon the answers on that questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel.
Yes.
All right. You understand that and you want to continue today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You have some staff in there. Would you like to say anything about Mr. Martin? Introduce yourself, please.
Deputy Jennifer Exnicious. He hasn't been any issue here.
Okay. How long have you known him? How long has he been there?
He has been here, I have to get the exact dates.
Okay. That's not just
Couple of months.
couple months. Okay. That's good. Just something like that. Okay. At this time, your case is being handled by Pete Freeman on our board. And he's going to take it over with asking you some questions and continue the interview, okay?
Okay, Mr. Martin. It's alleged you violated condition number 4. I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. It is alleged that you engaged in criminal activity by committing offensive charges of simple battery, simple criminal damage to property, and interfering with emergency communication, as evidenced by your arrest on 11/4/25. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, let's talk about it. Tell me what happened. What happened between you and this lady?
Well, that's my first cousin. I let her
Mhm.
come stay with me because she was being kicked out some housing place in Baton Rouge. So I allowed her to come stay with me because the family asked me to let her come stay because she didn't have nowhere to go. I allowed her to come to my house to stay as long as she helped me with the bills and helped me pay some bills. When she gets there, she got a job, but soon after quit after she didn't have to pay any, thinking she didn't have to pay any more bills at the house because she never helped me with any at all. Well, anyway, I was at work. She called me at work, complaining about 3 chicken wings that I ate out the icebox because I took it for my lunch for work.
Mm-hmm.
From the time she called me to the time I got home, she was still complaining about chicken wings, knowing that she'd been staying on me for the last, I don't know how many months, but it was over a year, and I ain't pay a bill yet. But anyway, the long story short, she went to fussing about the chicken wings. So I went in there to the kitchen to get my key that I had just gave her because I said she don't need no key. She got to get out of here. So I went to get the key and I moved her tablet to get my key. And the lady grabbed my hand and I just trying to stop me from looking under the tablet. And I let go of the tablet and the tablet hit the back of it hit her eye like that. And I put it back down. But mind you, the tablet was broke. Her phone was broke. So she had no way to call the police. I had just let her use my phone to call whoever she had called before then. After that, she talking about she gonna call the police. She gonna send me to jail. It's been going like that forever. But anyway, I called Miss Hyde and I told her to come get me. She came over there immediately after it happened. And she came over there and she told Miss Hyde I punched her in the eye. And Miss Hyde looked at her, examined her. I called Miss Hyde and her daughter came over there. So those 2 people came over there to see her eye, which wasn't swollen or nothing. Then she ran to the neighbor house, Miss Moore, Miss Gail Moore. I don't know why she's not here, but she's supposed to be another witness for me. But anyway, she was supposed to be here too, but she seen her and she said, "Well, ma'am, I don't see nothing wrong with your eye." She went crazy from there. Well, from there I left the house. I never slept at the house at all. From what the police report saying, I slept there. Or I went to my room. I never slept there. I left there. There was a restraining order on me at my apartment, which prevented me from going back to my apartment. So I was staying by Miss Hyde's house from that time on up till I got arrested in March.
Okay. All right. And then I'm gonna get Miss Hyatt and Miss Blanchard to they're here to speak on your behalf. I'm gonna go to them later.
Yeah.
But let me just I want to hit on what the other side of the story was, that y'all fighting over a remote.
No, man, no, sir. We was not
So
fighting
it was
no
all
remote.
over the chicken wings. I
It's
saw it,
all
I read it.
Yeah, she's always this like I said, why would I want to fight her over my remote in my house? You know what I'm saying? It's not nothing,
I
it's not
got
that
you. I
serious.
got you. It sounds like a toxic situation that needs to be remedied.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about your fees? Why you wasn't paying on your fees?
Well, my overhead was more than what I was making a month, sir. So, and then I called down to your office and I was told that I was on probation and parole. I was also told again that I was supposed to be going to the parole board, probation board for this year's hearing, but now I see myself in front of the parole board. I got the veterans, because I'm part of the veterans, so I got them to call to find out what I was on. They told me the same thing, that they told them I was on parole and probation. I couldn't afford the fee because it was more than $100-something a month. I couldn't afford that. So I couldn't afford those fees.
Okay. And where were you working at?
Divinity Construction,
How long you'd worked with them?
3 years.
Well, you still got that job if you get out?
Nope.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, let's hear from Miss Bailey Hyatt.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Tell us
Good.
what you want us to know, Miss Hyatt.
Okay. John has been my neighbor for about probably 3 years. And at first it just started with my son and I always play outside. So we kind of got connected that way. He came and introduced himself to us. And so we kind of became friends from there on. I'm a single mother, so he's been a really big role in my son's life, very helpful. If I ever need anything or just need a vent, he's always there. So we got close. He has a very kind heart. I eventually, probably about 2.5 years ago, invited him to start coming to church with my family. We go to a church called House of Prayer in Thibodeau, and so they do Wednesday church, and it's called Path of Life Recovery, and I found it very beneficial for me. And so I started bringing John along on Sundays and Wednesdays, and making a lot of friends there, and we really enjoy it. I think that's kind of something that we enjoy doing together, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a really good church. And he's always willing to help somebody out. I mean, anything with my house, if I ever need any repairs, anything that I think he's able to do, if I ask him, he's more than willing, as far as cleaning the yard, or if I go away on vacation, he'll happily come here and let my dogs out. Now with this situation with the lady that had filed all this and done all this, I mean, I've seen him countless times, time and time again, help her out. And I mean, she's just a very unique individual. I think you can't help her much because she'll drain you. She'll drain you dry if you allow her. And I've tried to help her and be friends with her, and she's attacked me twice. And so that was something I kind of had to separate myself from that. And that was a conversation John and I had. I think that you're too willing to help her out, and you can't help everybody. You can't. And time and time again, he tried and gave her a chance. And I think, just when it came down to it, she didn't want to be told that she couldn't just sit in the house and not have to work and not have to help it with anything. And she would always say, if this doesn't work out how I want it to work out, I'm coming after this person, any situation that made her angry. But I've just seen him, time and time again, try to help others. And he's been a really great friend to me. And it hurts to see him in a situation like this when I know it wasn't anything that he purposefully did to hurt her.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you coming on. All right. How about Miss Tanya Blanchard?
Hi, this is Tanya Blanchard.
Okay, Miss Blanchard, tell me what you want me to know about Mr. Martin.
I had sent in a letter, but I wasn't sure if you guys had got it.
We got it, and we've read it.
Okay, that's kind of what I was going to go over and read it. If you hadn't gotten it.
No, ma'am, we got it, and like I said, we have read it. So,
okay,
if you want us to just take your letter as your statement, we will.
Let's see if I don't know. I mean, I've been knowing John, like I said in the letter, about 3 years, and I mean, he's become more than just a friend, or a neighbor to my daughter. He has, become more like family, and we invite him to all our functions. He attends it, always willing to help people, be there for them. Anything you ask, he's going to find a way. I mean, he's a great employee. I'm really sad that, he may or may not get that job back. I'm sure because of his great workmanship and employee that he was. Hopefully they hire him back when he comes out, because he was an essence to that company. I know that we're going to support him, in every way that we can to help him get back on his feet and support him and get him to church and help him get to work or fill out applications. He's just a good person at heart, and I know that he wouldn't intentionally ever hurt anybody, and I've trusted him around all four of my kids, my grandbaby. I mean, he lives behind my daughter's house in her garage apartment.
Mm-hmm.
We trust him with all that we have, and I know that he would never hurt anybody on purpose or even, wish any ill on anybody. He tried to help her in each place that he went, Bailey even tried to take her in once when her and John got into it, once or twice. And that's the time she referenced Shannon attacking her.
Okay.
And after that happened, I was like, okay, she got to go because, it ain't going to end good if she puts her hands on you. So, she's just, I don't believe anything that she says.
Yeah.
It's always with a vindictive, manner behind it. It's not anything good.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you calling in.
Yes.
All right. I have no other questions. Do my colleagues have any questions? I got one more thing, Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Would you want to go to work release to have a job?
Yeah, if it was, yeah, because I would see a lot of
Yeah,
stuff
because
was,
that's okay, but I just wanted to know if you'd be willing to go.
yeah, so a lot of
Because
things was confusing to me because, like I said, I know there's so many things I can do on parole. Then there's so many things I can do on probation. So it was
right.
It was
Well,
confusing to me how I can move around.
I got you. I got
And,
you. I just trying to find you a job again is
yeah,
what I'm really trying to do.
yeah, because I need to get a twit card. That's what I really need.
Well, they
Yeah,
can help you with that also. Your
yeah,
parole officer should be able to help you with that also.
yeah.
Okay,
That's
I
what I,
have no further questions.
thank you, sir.
Any comment, any thing from my colleagues?
Ryder,
Questions? No.
I do have a question. You said that the place that this lady is staying is your place.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, so if you don't go back there, she just gets to stay there and you just the rent ends and stuff like that, and you
I
just
said when I left there with Miss Bailey that night, ma'am, when I left everything. I never went back to the apartment to get a couple of things, but I had got LaFourche Parish Police to escort me over there. I got a couple of things, and I just left everything in the apartment. All my stuff, I just said you can have it. I don't care. I just don't want to be around you no more. And that's what it
She's
was.
gone now, though, right?
And
She's not in.
yeah, oh yeah, everything
Okay.
gone. Everything.
okay.
Okay.
All right. That straightens that up. So I don't have any questions. I was wondering about that.
I do have a question now. If you are allowed, if we don't revoke your parole, can you go back there and stay?
Well, that apartment is gone, so I'm staying by Miss Bailey house in the garage apartment that she has. So she allowed me to stay there.
Whose garage apartment?
The lady that spoke.
Oh, okay, Bailey's. Okay, okay.
Yes.
All right, so you got a place to stay if you get out. Where are you gonna go to work if you get out?
Like I said, I was trying to get a twit card so I can go off on one of these boats or something, man, so I can go ahead and get me a job because I need a job as soon as I get out. I need one. Real talk.
Because what Mr. Freeman's talking about is we can in lieu of revoking you, we can have you go to a work release facility where you are work and you get a paycheck and it goes into your account. Is that what you're willing to do?
Well, if that's what y'all see fit possible for me, but like I said, I would want to try because I need to go. I won't get out of here. I don't need to be. No, I don't. I want to go to work release. I really do. I really do.
Okay.
Like,
I don't have any other.
I won't because I'll be able to have to pay 65% out of my check, and that's just too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Thank
have
you.
no other questions.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, is your case you would vote first, please?
Okay. Mr. Martin, there is no more pending charges, right? All of the charges are gone.
Well, I got to go to court next month, so for no, she haven't been going to court, so I'm always sure they're gonna throw it out.
Okay. Well, that puts work release out. Okay. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Freeman.
All right. My vote today is going to be to do not revoke. Because he can't go to work release with the pending charge. So my vote is gonna be to do not revoke, that he go back and live at that apartment by Miss Bailey's, and that he's to have no contact with Shannon McKinley.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Prater,
Where with that, do not revoke, and do not have any contact with his relative. Now, if she comes over,
No,
you need to call the police right away because
exactly, exactly,
it's, you know, she'll claim that she's got a restraining order and you there. Don't let her
exactly.
come live with you, Miss
Never
Bailey.
again.
Don't let that
Never
woman
again,
live in
Mr.
your.
Freeman. Never again, Mr. Freeman. Never, 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 ever,
Okay, that's
ever.
my vote.
Okay.
That's my vote.
okay. Well, I'm just going to concur with my colleague, Mr. Freeman. So as of today, sir, your revocation has not been revoked. And you heard what his conditions were. You stay away. And of course, you know, you're very adamant that that's not going to be a problem. So good, that won't be a problem. So that's our recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
And the time is 9:33, and we're signing off at LaFouche Parish Jail.
Ma'am, oh shit. I want to ask them. They lift in the hole?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Bye, Billy.
Okay, good morning. Mr. Scott, Kalob Scott, did I pronounce your name right? Yeah, you want to speak for me so I know that I can hear you over the speaker? Go ahead and say yes and let's see, otherwise it's on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can hear you now. All right, thank you very much. Okay, with the meeting be called to order. Your location is Riverbend Detention Center.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the time is 9:47. And I'm going to introduce myself and the panel for you, okay? My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and the panel is Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater, and they're joining us by Zoom. And the date is May 21st, 2026, okay? Let's see, I've done that. I got a little list of things I need to do. All right, so just bear with me a minute, okay?
No
I would
problem.
like for you to say your name and give me the DOC number for the record, please.
Kalob Scott, 746069.
All right, that's fine. All right, Mr. Scott, I have that you are a second-class offender and that you are charged with carnal knowledge of a juvenile. Your sentencing date was August 23rd, 2022, and you were sentenced to 5 years, and your parole date is May 28th, 2026. Good time date, you're not eligible. Full-time date is June 29th, 2027. And is all of that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, today your case is going to be handled by Mr. Wait a minute, let me get over here, Mr. Prater. So he's going to take over now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
can you take that mask off? I need to see your face. I can't see your mouth or anything. Do you? I don't think you need that. You're in the room by yourself. There you go. Okay. I noticed, and I need to find out, you're asking us to let you out early, basically on parole. You're gonna get out in a year anyway. You had a 5-year sentence for carnal knowledge of a juvenile. You served 4 of those 5 years. So I want you to tell me what you did to get yourself there and what you've done since you've been in prison that's going to make us lean towards giving you a parole.
Well, sir, I started out with messing with talking to an underage female, and that got me incarcerated. And since I've been in here, I took the sex offender treatment program, and I took substance abuse, anger management, and that's currently all I did. I also got closer to God. Been praying for forgiveness. Try to do it the best that I can.
Okay. I appreciate that. You're a second-class offender. I noticed you also were charged with, let me see here, you were charged also with 2 other charges at the same time. One was pornography involving juveniles, and one was possession of a firearm by a felon. Did those charges, you were charged with that originally, is that correct?
I was in charge of one of those. The other one was for somebody else.
Okay, well, it's listed on your rap sheet, but you didn't get charged in anything to do with pornography. Were y'all filming this event? Was anybody filming it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you were never charged with it.
No, sir.
Okay, what about the firearm? Was there a gun in the car?
No, sir.
So you don't know anything about the firearm?
No idea.
Okay, well, I've got some other questions, and I know the panel has some questions also of you, but I noticed that your mother wants to say something to us. Is she available?
They're here. They're in the headquarters.
Okay, well, let's hear from Miss Darlene Scott. I think she's the only one that's going to be speaking. Felicia Simone is there also, but I don't think she's going to be speaking according to the sheet that I have. Ms. Scott, would you introduce yourself and talk to us about your son?
Yes, my name is Darlene Scott. I am Caleb's mother, and I just wanted to say a little bit about my son. This was something that was a bad decision. This does not state who he actually is. Caleb was brought up in a very good home with good surroundings. He attended local New Orleans School for Creative Arts for 2 years during high school. Since the time that he's been there, he has matured a whole lot. I've heard the differences in our conversations. Those things are different. He has a strong family support, not myself, but he has family and friends. Several of us have sent letters and written to the parole board stating our position, our support for him, and the support that he will have once he get out. Also, myself, I am the administrator in my church, and my pastors are Sean Harrison, who is currently now the deputy director of New Orleans, deputy mayor of New Orleans, who will be a mentor to him once he returns and gets out home. So he has that support system that he would need to help him do better. And like I said, I've noticed a change in his voice, the maturity in the conversations. His faith has increased, and he realized that the choice that he did make was not a good one, but it also does not define who he is.
Thank you, Mom. I appreciate that, and well said. And we thank you for taking the time to come to headquarters and talk about this. Appreciate it. Okay. Is that everyone, staff? Is that everyone that's going to be speaking?
Yes, that's who we have here. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask a couple of questions, then we'll turn it over to the panel. I noticed that the girl that was involved in this, the juvenile, was 16 years old. How old were you at the time?
I was 25 years old, sir.
And did you know how old she was?
No, I did not. She only told us that she was 19.
Okay. And just, I read this in the report, when the police showed up and y'all were all in the car and in different states of clothing or disclothing or whatever the word might be, they asked her how old she was, and she gave them a 18-year-old birthday also. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. She
So
also told them that she was of age.
Okay. And so y'all didn't know that she was not of age.
No, sir.
Okay. And let's see here. The one thing that bothered me, Caleb, and I want to get to the bottom of this because it's important. You got a little bit of a history. You got a simple battery in 2016, but I noticed you had a sexual battery in 2018, and that's what's got me hung up a little bit. Tell me the circumstances surrounding that.
Well, during that situation, sir, I was staying on a college campus, and I had text a young lady, can I come over around, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, can I come over? She texted back and said, yeah, the door is always open. We was playing Uno, and stuff led to other things, and then I guess she just got up and left, and her roommate came on and asked me to leave. So I was like, then when next thing you know, I wake up with the police knocking at my door, asking me to what's my name, put my hands behind my back, and then I'm confused. They're trying to get me to. They're asking me what's the craziest thing you've done in the last 24 hours. I'm like, I don't know. I really didn't do anything. So I mean, she was giving me the impression that she was she wanted to have sex. She was leading me on, and I guess I don't know. She just didn't at the time.
Okay. What did they do with those charges? Did you plead guilty to that or?
They dropped it down to obscenity. They dropped it
They-
down to, they dropped it down to obscenity, and I took 2 years probation.
Okay, they dropped it down to obscenity. Okay, because that kind of bothers me a little bit. And you can understand why.
Yes, sir.
Most people don't have any kind of sexual mark, and then you got some people who've been arrested one time for a sexual problem, and now you got you 2 times, and the fact that this 16-year-old claimed that she was 18, I understand the problem there. Those guys, you know, ladies don't always carry their driver's license and all that, and I'm not defending anything that occurred that night. So, but you know, but you got that on top of this other thing. So, well, tell me why you pled to obscenity. What happened? Did y'all got together that night at the dorm room or the hotel room or the dorm, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what went on? I mean, did y'all have sex then? Is that?
No, we did not. She said I slapped my private area across her face. She was already laying on my lap. We was laid up, hugging, you know what I'm saying? I was rubbing on her, you know what I'm saying? She was rubbing on me, and then she said that I slapped my private area across her face when my private area was never out. So it was like, okay, well, they dropped it down from sexual barrier to obscenity. It was like, okay, we gotta figure out something.
Okay, I got you. Okay, all right, that's, let me make sure. And there was no gun in the car, so I don't know where that came from on the report. But there was no indication or allegation that you used the gun. I'm not suggesting that.
I was also aware of that when they told me that there was a gun. I was like, I don't own a firearm. I never did. So I was kind of lost on that one myself.
And they didn't follow through with the charges either. I noticed
No, they did not.
it was just on your rap sheet, and nor did they follow through with the pornography involving juvenile. That sounds, yeah. So that's not part of it either. That's all I have. I'll turn it over to the rest of the panel to ask any questions they might have.
Thank you.
And Mr. Freeman?
I have no questions. Mr. Prater asked the only thing that I wanted to look into, and you did complete all 4 phases of sex
Yes, sir.
offender treatment. It only
Yes,
showed
sir.
2.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that was the only thing I wanted to clear up. Okay. And I also want to note that you did score a 3 on your static 99, which is moderate.
Yes.
Okay. I've got a question coming back to the child porn. I know for what'll happen that there's plea bargains, that they drop things that they did exist and everything. So why would they have mentioned that? And what was the age range of the child?
She was 16, and they only have to prove that I was 4 years older than
But
her.
that was about you videoing her only. There wasn't like any child porn they found in other areas or anything
Oh,
like that.
no. Oh,
Just
no.
that.
That
Okay.
was just that. No.
Okay. That was my question. Okay. Well, is the panel ready to vote?
Not really, but I've got to. Yes, ma'am. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Caleb, I'm impressed with your mom. I'm impressed with your what you had to say. If you had any longer than you do to get out, then I'd be willing to step up a little bit more. But I'm nervous about 2 sexual charges and then letting you out early on this one. I realize you've had your treatment, the 4 phases. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't quite gel for me. My vote is going to be to deny this request, and you're doing the right things. You've done the right things. You're saying the right things. I think you're going to be successful, but I want to see you finish your sentence.
Okay. Mr. Freeman?
My vote would be to grant with no contact with the victim.
Okay. And, I'm gonna vote like Mr. Prater. 5 years, probably, a lot less than what it could have been. And so, my vote today is going to be to deny, but you do sound like you're on the right track. I do know that you have wonderful family support, and just consider this a lesson in life, and don't ever just take something for granted, because it can cause you a lot of heartache, okay? So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and the time is 10 o'clock.
Oh, man.
Right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is May 21st, 2026. The time is 10:10. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be the chairman on today's panel, and I'm at DOC headquarters. My colleagues on the panel will be Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater. They're going to be joining us by Zoom, and Mr. Where's my list? I'm sorry, Mr. John Kenneth Jones. He's going to be joining us today from Riverbend Detention Center. Is that correct, Mr. Jones? Okay, you're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So let's see. I'm going to read some information. Do you have anybody in there with you, or are you by yourself? That's another thing I needed to know.
They have somebody in here with me.
Okay. Are they going to want to speak, or are they just present in the room? Who's with you? Staff, a member of staff?
I have somebody want to speak, ma'am.
Okay. Who is that?
The warden of the prison.
Warden. Okay. All right. Let me put his name up here.
Warden Hedgeman.
Okay. Okay. So, I need you to say your name and give your DOC number for the record, please.
John Jones, 341-723.
Okay. I'm going to read some information, and then you'll tell me whether or not it's correct concerning your sentence. Okay. You are an offender class, 3rd felony offender. And then, Committee on Parole has for its consideration a 50-year-old male who is classified as, you 50 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
As a 3rd-class offender. He is currently serving a sentence of 25 years at hard labor for the offense of aggravated burglary, a sentence of 20 years at hard labor for the offense of armed robbery to run consecutively under doc EBR number 11-98-0206. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And one of them, the Livingston, it was simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. That was okay. Livingston number 10809. I wanted to say that too. All right, let's see. And your sentence, it's got it broke down. Livingston is number 10409, simple burglary, 10 years. DOC Livingston number 10809, simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, 10 years. DOC EBR 11-98-0206, 1 count of aggravated burglary, 25 years, 20 DOC consecutive. EBR 11-98-0206, count 2 armed robbery, 20 years. DOC consecutive. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, at this time, the warden, would you like to speak, sir?
Ma'am, good morning.
Hello. You introduce yourself, please.
This is Warden Hedgeman, the warden of Riverbend Detention Center.
Okay. And what would you like to say?
I'd like to say, I've been knowing him for a little while now at prison here, and he do a lot of good work for us and haven't been getting in trouble here. And I think that if he get opportunity to go back to the community, that he would do real well out in the community. And majority of the guys that, especially the trustees that we have around here, probably about 85% of them still contact me. You know, I try to keep them encouraged. I'm a pastor out there and hold mentor groups and all that out there away from the prison also. And just try to keep them encouraged. I just believe that with John, that
that if you give him an opportunity, I think he'll do well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Jones,
Yes, ma'am.
tell us in your own words what happened and what brought you to where you are today.
Okay, so me and my co-defendant, Robbie Walford, went to rob Miss Cindy Jones' home. Worst day of my life. We went in, well, he went in first, he grabbed her. I come in seconds later with a gun, demanded money, and she went to a safe, didn't have any money. She pulled some marijuana out of her safe and he took that and gave it to me. We went upstairs because I asked her if she had a gun because I didn't want her to shoot me. She gave me the gun. She insisted that we go to an ATM machine.
He insisted? Or did you say, let's go to an ATM? I mean, you're the one with the gun.
Yes, ma'am. I insisted we go to an ATM machine.
Okay, yeah, okay, let's get that straight. All right, go.
We get outside and business get in the car and she took off on us. Well, I managed to catch up with her and I grabbed her and I was taking her back to the house. And in the midst of the struggle took place and the gun went off. I pushed her off of me and I asked her if she was okay. So she took off again after we seen that we wasn't hurt. And I left the scene. I'm very remorseful for what I've done. I take full responsibility for what I've done. I'm trying to change myself for the better. I've completed plenty of classes. I got my GED. Did my pre-release 100-hour class, my victim impact class, victim awareness letter writing class, my Cage of Rage, reentry resume class. I got some faith-based program. I'm a Class A trustee here at Riverbend Detention Center.
It's time have you served already?
27 and a half years.
Okay. All right. So you did your victim impact letter, you said. Victim
Yes,
accountability letter, I imagine.
Well, the guy they had for DOC here hasn't showed back up, so I wasn't able to write a formal letter to the victim. So I've completed the class of the victim impact. And
Okay, about that class.
Ma'am?
About that class, victim impact.
Yes, ma'am.
About that.
You never know what you put a person through when you're on the outside. Class teaches you the impact that you put on somebody and through their families and I mean, it's just, you learn a lot through that class.
Give me, for instance, what do you think it does to a person when somebody puts a gun to their head?
They have to live with it the rest of their life. They always on, I guess, certain points of being scared all the time they leave their houses.
It's true. Do you think you injured her in any way with that fighting? You think she was physically injured also, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she fought with you, didn't she?
Yeah, she fought with me. I mean, and in the midst of the struggle, the gun went off and I was scared to death. I didn't know what to do. So she fled and I left myself.
Do you think that would change the trajectory of two people's lives? Okay, you're saying that your trajectory went in a different direction. I'm going to better myself. I'm going to take all these classes, which is what we want. That's what we want, reformation. You know, we want new beginnings in prison. We want that. But on the other side of the coin, the victim, sometimes that trajectory goes downhill for them.
Right.
Something they didn't feel before like they were safe in their home. Now they're no longer safe in their home.
Yes, ma'am.
Like they were safe if they walked around somewhere, that it was so random to them. That makes them fearful.
Yes, ma'am.
And then any injuries that they got, they're stuck with the bills for that.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then if the injuries are lifelong, maybe a job that they had, they can't go back to, and then you get a new beginning and they lose where they were at already. So when victim impact is talking to people, they need to really dwell into how did the trajectory of a victim's life change? Because it doesn't always, it rarely stays the same. And quite often it decreases for them. And they didn't do anything to ask for that.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the impact of something. And did you know this lady? You said you went to her home, or was she just random?
She was random.
Yeah. She just went to the door, right?
My co-defendant knew her.
So she opened the door because she knew one of y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so you're doing good with your classes. You're taking a lot of classes. Educational, was there anything that you were missing? I mean, had you graduated high school and stuff like that?
I got my GED.
Okay, you got your GED?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, vocational, what are you doing now that will help you secure a job when you get out?
I work maintenance here full time, and I have somebody on the outside that's willing to give me a job if I'm released.
Mhm. All right. Okay, so was this a plea bargain or did you go to a jury trial?
A jury trial, ma'am.
Oh, okay, all right. And the jury found you guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
How many members in the jury?
12.
12. Okay. So you have a lot of opposition as far as law enforcement. Some of them are here today to speak. So you need to be aware of that too, okay?
Okay.
You also have support. You've got, the Louisiana Parole Project, they're in support of you. And then you got family, friends, and they're all going to be Zooming in today. So let's see, where do I go from here? I got the warden. Now I'm gonna go to supporters. Anything else you want to tell me? I don't want to cut you off. Anything else that you'd like to add that maybe I've not asked?
I just take full responsibility for my actions. I'm sorry for what I put her through. Nobody has to go through that in life. I mean, I wish I could change it, but I can't. And I'm just trying to better myself.
Yeah, and we want that. That's the whole purpose of all those programs. I'm so grateful that they have them. But like I said, when somebody teaches victim impact, they need to teach that sometimes the victim doesn't stay the same and they don't soar like an eagle,
Man.
And maybe they were moments before that happened to them.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
may have trajectory and changes for life. So I don't know. I used to teach victim impact, and so because I was with victims, so I saw how everything changed in their life, and it's sadness. Sometimes a lot of sadness. Okay, so right now we're going to call on who would like to speak first? Would it be the Parole Project or the family members? All right. Well, Ms. Reagan, what would you like to say for your fiance?
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'd like to first thank you for the opportunity to express my support for him. I met John about 15 years ago at Angola while visiting with my brother. And I saw him walking around with his mom, and he looked like a normal person, he didn't look like he belonged there. So I happened to mention it to my brother, and he said, well, he's one of my good friends, one of the small amount of people that I can trust here. So he said, I'm gonna bring him over and introduce y'all to him. So he did, and he was very polite and very respectful, and from that moment, we just became friends. And the next time I saw him, I asked him what he did, and because I know they do unimaginable things at that place. So, anyways, I just, he was straight up honest with me, and I watched him go from a young man with no hope to, now he's a 50-year-old matured man with hope in life. He's taking classes, and one of the most memorable and um, happiest times when he did receive his GED. I was able to bring his mom, and she never thought that would happen, but he did it, and she was super proud. He has just he's a worker. He loves to work, and he don't want to be sitting idle. And he's also talked to me about the pain that he caused to his victim, and shows true remorse to me. And he's very sorry for what he did. He said he wished he had never made that decision, but he can't take it back now. So all he can do is move forward, and he's been doing the best he can at the detention center, and they've been pretty good with him, giving him a good job where he can do maintenance. And I just respectfully ask you to give him an opportunity at building a meaningful life. And thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. Okay. Chance Price.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was having trouble trying to unmute this thing. Good morning. How y'all doing? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and speak about your friend.
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually a piping superintendent by trade, and I own my own lawn care business. And I've been close friends with John for many years, and I'm the one that's willing to put him to work as soon as he gets out to help him get get used to normal living and get back into the job force.
Okay. Right. Anything else you'd like to say?
I really think he's a good guy. Even from the inside, he did a lot of help with me, like talking with me when I was going through issues with my wife, getting the older man's perspective. He actually gave me a place to stay whenever we were separated for a little while, He was always there for me when I needed him, and I want to be there if he's granted the opportunity to be there, to be out of prison. I'd love to help get him a job and get him back into the workforce.
So y'all knew each other before he went to prison and were friends? Is that what happened? And then
I was very young. His parents and my parents were friends. We're like family friends, but I was younger, but we've always knew each other.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering how that went. And so you got the job offer?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually a superintendent with a construction company, and I own my own lawn care business on the side. So either or, I'm trying to get him in the plant with me whenever he gets out, and then help me part-time doing the lawn care.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Did you want to say anything else? Was there anything else you'd like to say?
Ma'am, I just appreciate the opportunity to hopefully help him get out and get back to life and make something of himself.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Price. Okay, we have Carrie Myers joining us from the Louisiana Parole Project. What would you like to say, Mr. Myers?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here on behalf of John Jones. John has served nearly 28 years in incarceration, and Parole Project understands exactly what he'll be facing should the board grant him parole today. He's going to make an adjustment to a world that's going to be quite different from the one that he left. We recognize the growth that John's had while he's been incarcerated. It took him a while to get there. He was 24 years old when he went to prison, but he has done that. He has, and this is a sign of maturity that also comes with the effort that he's put into the programming and with age. John's very employable, as you just heard. He has skills. He's a trustee where he is. We'll provide him with the resources he needs, including transitional housing, for as long as this board would determine to be necessary. We will, if employment, while he does have offers of employment now with his good friend, we also have an employment team that can help work with him if for whatever reason that doesn't work out. He'll be evaluated by our social work staff for any additional for any recommendations for any additional treatment, AANA, or any additional treatment that he might need on the outside, and we'll ensure that John complies with those things. He'll get instruction and mentorship in finances, in technology, in social skills, the things that he's going to need to adapt and succeed once he gets out. John is very much like many of our successful clients who have grown up in prison, who have taken the hard road in some cases, but have gone through those tough times and has come out to be the person he is today. Maybe 10 years ago, John wasn't ready. Maybe 5 years ago, John wasn't ready. Today, John's ready. And we truly believe that. And we are here to give him the necessary support through his transition. And we'd ask this board to consider those things and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Myers. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will listen to the opposition. Who would like to begin? We got the 21st JDC, which is Miss Alexis Taylor and Catalin Costa. She's not speaking, so we just have the two. All right. Alexis, would you like to start off? Ms. Taylor?
Good morning to the board. So yeah, the state is, of course, standing in opposition of him being released on parole early. If my notes serve me correctly, and what I've heard here is correct. The defendant is serving a total of, it appears to be 55 years, of which he's only served half of that time. He has expressed remorse for only one of the, it appears to be 4 offenses that he has committed. So we have no remorse for the other victims, and, no accountability seemingly for the other offenses. Also, the board should be aware, if it is not currently aware, that his 2 prior offenses, at least in this jurisdiction, the 21st in Livingston, which include the simple burglary, those minutes are littered with revocations, probation, and or parole revocations. So even after committing those offenses, he picked up the more serious offenses out in East Baton Rouge. And for those reasons, the state does stand in opposition. He's only served half of his sentence, has not expressed remorse for any of the other offenses. And we do oppose him being released on parole.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Tracy Barbera.
Good morning. Tracy Barbera for the District Attorney's Office in East Baton Rouge Parish. I would also like to bring up the fact I appreciate Ms. Taylor's comments. I can scratch those things off the list of the things I wanted to make sure the board was aware of this morning. I'd like to bring it back to his January 2022 parole hearing, in which he was trying to explain the write-ups that he received. And he said that, he got those write-ups because he never thought he'd have a chance to see society again. After the board denied his request for parole in 2022, he had 2 additional write-ups, a 1 and a 3. I believe it was a contraband and a defiance. And they were shortly after the board denied his parole. That is not the sign of a man who has matured and who is accepting accountability. He got an answer he didn't like, and he reacted by violating rules. And this was in a controlled environment. How people's actions are louder than their words. So for him to respond that way while incarcerated, I cannot help but wonder how he will react when he eventually is released in society and things do not go his way. Because the reality of the situation is based upon his criminal history, and the Parole Project does wonders helping people, but he will reach a point where things will not go his way. So if he responds like that in prison, what's going to happen if and when he is released? I believe this parole eligibility is still pursuant to Act 122, and I would ask you, look at his supervision history. Look at the fact that these aren't prior simple burglaries of vehicles that he committed before this home invasion. These were burglaries of an inhabited dwelling. And is this really what we want this act to do? Let people who have this type of prior supervision history, prior criminal conduct, the disciplinary record that he has, he still will not acknowledge that he fired the gun at the victim in the case here in Baton Rouge. He said it in 2022, and he said it again today. The gun went off. Our victim was very clear that as she was running for her life, she heard additional gunshots fired. That's not a gun going off unintentionally. That is a purposeful discharge of a firearm at a human being with the specific intent to kill her. He also talks about this struggle. She was beaten. She was physically injured. This was a violent offense. It wasn't just a home invasion gone bad. He brought a gun and he used it. He keeps saying that, I want to better myself. He said, I wish I could change, but I can't. I guess he was referring to he wished he could change what he did that day so many years ago. I heard that as him saying, I wish I could change, but I can't, because he hasn't changed while in the Department of Corrections. Again, I said it back in 2022. I'll say it again today. Actions speak louder than words, and his actions show that he should not be granted parole. I do not know the underlying facts of those disciplinary write-ups in 2022. I am concerned about his programming. Based upon what I read in the record, he didn't start victim impact training until February of this year. If that is correct, this man's parole was denied in 2022. His request 1 year later was denied because of the disciplinary write-ups. So here we are over 2.5 years later, and he just started this in February. With all due respect, I do not think he is a candidate for parole. I do not think he is a poster child for Act 122, and we respectfully request that his parole be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Okay, at this time, does the panel, do you have any questions, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I want to get to the bottom of what Ms. Barbera was talking about. What was the contraband in that charge in 2022?
A cell phone, sir.
A cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you had lost over 300 hours of good time. You have recovered. I mean, you've done about 360. And were you under supervision when this crime occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you served time in prison before this time? Did you serve time in prison?
Yes, sir. Not an extended amount of time. I just not really long. Maybe a
Okay.
year.
I was just trying to see if this was your first real jail time.
This is my first real jail time.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Prater?
No, ma'am, I have no questions.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Jones, do you have any final statements that you would like to make?
I would like to thank all of y'all for the opportunity today. And I'm very remorseful to Miss Cindy Johnson, the victim. I just take all full responsibilities of my actions. I thank y'all.
Okay, well, at this time, the panel is ready to vote, and since your case is mine, I'll vote first. Mr. Jones, you are now doing some things to better yourself. it seems like you waited way late to just want to do it because you see the opportunity to be able to get out. But that's still good. Like Mr. Freeman said, you've made up your lost good time and stuff like that. So you're on the right path. You have just served about half of your sentence, about half. It was very violent crime. You went into inhabited dwellings. There was a gun involved. And so based upon the violent nature of the crime, and it was numerous crimes, and also the opposition from district attorney's offices, my vote today is going to be to deny your parole. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I do think you're heading on the right track now. I think it's a little bit too late for this hearing. So I want you to show it. I want you to show me that you can remain disciplinary free. My vote today is to deny law enforcement opposition, and all 3 victims were also opposed. So my vote is to deny.
And Mr. Prater?
Likewise, I feel like he's turned the corner, but I don't think there's been enough time since he turned the corner. And he's only served roughly half of a long sentence for a very terrible crime. And so for that reason, my vote is to deny. I want to encourage him. I know he doesn't want to hear that today, possibly, but when you get back to your cell and when you get back thinking about it tonight, be encouraged. You're doing the right things, and we want you to succeed. We want you to do right, but we have a lot of considerations when we hear one of these, and I think denial is the appropriate thing right now.
Okay, so, Mr. Jones, parole has been denied today and you've heard the reasons. Stay on the right track, and I know you'll be back before us again. So this concludes our hearing at 10:42 at Riverbend.
Full-time release dates, 238. You're gonna be at 27.
Can I point out? Oh, really?
Okay. Morning. We got Brian Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to start the hearing now. The date is May 21st, 2026. The time is 10:58. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm today's chair at DOC headquarters. Joining us by Zoom is Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater. I would like for you to introduce yourself with your name and record and your DOC number for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Brian Jackson. DOC number is 776626.
Okay, you're at Webster Bayou Dorche, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. So you're gonna stand up for the hearing?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, okay, that's okay. And there's no problem with that or anything. All right, so you've got some staff in the room. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is Major Culpepper. I'm over all the technology here at the facility, and I usually handle all the court stuff.
Okay, all right, no problem. Okay, well, at this time, sir, I'm gonna read some information and you'll let me know if everything's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a second-class offender. Your offense was possession of Schedule 2 and distribution of Schedule 2. And then your sentencing date was 3/6/2025. It was revoked on 10/3/2025. And then you had another sentencing date, 9/15/2025. Your sentence was 3 years hard labor for the first count, and then 4 years hard labor consecutive for the second count. Your parole date is 3/19/2026, and your good time date is 12/01/2026. And your full term date is 6/19/2031. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, today your hearing is going to be handled by Mr. Prater. Yes, Mr. Prater. And I'm going to hand it over to him.
Okay.
Brian, good morning. I think it's still morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're doing okay today. Let me see, you're 51 years old, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
You realize you're old enough to know better.
Yes, sir, I am.
Explain the charges to me. I noticed there in 22, you got a 3-year sentence, and in 24, you got a 4-year sentence. And in between that, you had a technical violation, which means you were out of jail. Explain all that to me.
Okay, well, that first sentence that I had, I got caught with possession of Schedule 2, which I take responsibility for that. I wasn't thinking at the time, sir. I wasn't raised like that to be in a situation like that. I thought that maybe I could make me some extra money and beat the system, but it didn't work out like that, sir. And then after that, I was on probation. I was checking in and stuff like that, doing good. That's what I thought. And these distributions come up on me. And so at that time, that's when the bottom of my world fell. And I wasn't raised like that to do things like that, but I just made the dumb decision that I could take that and make some money and, make ends meet. But that wasn't how it went. My grandmother always taught me to work by the sweat of my brow, and I didn't do that. And that's the mistake I've made, sir. And I have to take accountability for my actions then. I can't change that, but I take full responsibility of those mistakes that I made.
What's the total amount of prison or jail time have you spent?
I've been here for 15 months, sir.
Okay, on a 7-year sentence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's for, you had what, methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you do methamphetamine yourself?
No, sir, I don't. I tried it one time, but it wasn't for me.
What kind of drug do you use?
Only thing I was doing is drinking beer.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, sir, I do.
What if one of the kids sells a gram or a little?
I beg your pardon?
What if somebody sells one of your kids a little dime bag or whatever of meth? I don't know how to package these days, but sells them some meth. Is that gonna bother you?
Yes, sir, it would. It would bother me.
What do you want to do to them?
Well, I
Hard to answer. I won't force you to answer that, but you wouldn't be happy with that, would you?
no, sir, I wouldn't be happy, and I don't know how I don't know how I would handle that situation, but I wouldn't be.
You would think that's a pretty low life individual that sells somebody.
Yes, sir, I would.
That's exactly what you were doing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What kind of treatment? Of course, even though you say you're not doing any drugs, that's usually what everybody says, but we don't ever know that for sure. What kind of treatment have you gotten since you've been incarcerated?
Well, since I've been incarcerated, when I went to work release, I went to Celebrate Recovery. I found it to be a strong support group for me. I've been around positive people that have been going through drug usage and all that, and I feel like they're a strong support group for me, and they've really been there and supportive for me. I continue to be around this support group after I get out of jail or while I'm in jail, sir. I plan on being around these people because they've been a big help, a positive help for me to be out of the jail for a while, to get around positive people that have been through drug use, and positive motivation for me, sir.
So you're currently in a work release
Yes,
and
sir.
making money during the day and able to save some of that. How much money have you saved?
Well, they took it out for some child support, but I have about $800 on my books.
Good. And they're taking money out for child support, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you got AA and Celebrate Recovery is the course. How long is that course?
Well, it's the Celebrate Recovery is like 22 lessons in that book, and I started while I was in B dorm up before I got to work release, but it's 22 lessons, and I've just had a great success with these guys going through Celebrate Recovery because it's taught me a lot about myself that I didn't know.
Did you complete all 22 courses?
No, sir, I haven't, because when I was up in the dorm, I started at lesson 1, and then after I got to work release, I missed out on a lot of lessons and stuff like that, and so I just started continuing back on the next lesson that I was available to get. So it was like lesson 18 or 19 when I started back going, and so we're almost at the end of the book now.
Okay, so you've got about 18 lessons you need to catch up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see here. I don't have any other questions, I don't believe.
Mr. Freeman?
I was noticing it, and I was like, Mr. Prater, I thought you needed treatment, but you claiming that you do not use drugs, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You know, you need your pre-release classes. You hadn't taken pre-release, and I think it was substance abuse you needed. Are you trying to do any of that, or they don't have it there?
Well, where I'm at on the work release, those classes are not available for me.
Okay, what's your job at work release?
I work at the House of Rayford at the chicken plant in Arcadia. I work in IQF.
Okay, you gonna try to keep that job when you get out, or you go?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I did notice on the sheet, eligibility worksheet, that, and you can explain this to me, it says that you still need educational or vocational achievement. Have you gotten your GED, graduated high school, or anything like that?
I've graduated high school.
Okay.
It's covered.
Oh, I thought somebody said, okay, yeah, all right, graduated high school. And do you have a vocational skill? Something that you went in with?
Yes, ma'am, I have a skill. I'm a journeyman pipe fitter. I worked in the oil field.
Oh, okay, well, that's great.
Yes, ma'am. And I did some time in the United States Navy also.
Okay. What do you mean you did time in the United States Navy?
I joined the military right out of high school, and I've been in 3 Southwest Asia tours overseas, and I was a mess management specialist, cook in the military.
What branch? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. What branch of the military?
Navy.
Navy. Okay, my son was in the Navy too. He retired. Well, thank you for your service and everything.
Thank
You
you.
have a good background. You know, it's a shame that you decided to make a little extra money this way. And then what Mr. Prater was alluding to, you know, the victim consequences
Yes, ma'am.
of somebody selling drugs, and especially having the good sense not to use it themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't have any further questions. Are we ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay. And Mr. Freeman, you're ready to vote also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Prater, will you vote first? It's your case.
Mr. Jackson, I think you're doing the right thing, and I applaud you for every effort you're making and the things you're having to say. And however, I think that just having served just slightly over a year on a 7-year sentence on this, and I think you're in such a good place right now. I think you need to stay. I want to see you stay right there where you are. Keep doing what you're doing, and I want you, while you're in work release, I want you to start completing some of these 18 courses that you missed. So my vote is to deny this request, but to encourage you and say you're doing good and just stay right where you are. Don't have a bad ticket right now.
Yes, sir.
And part of that's based on your past record also. And the fact that you're on supervision, you got thrown back in. So
yes, sir.
For those reasons, my vote is to deny.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, what is your vote?
I concur. I think you're in the right place. You're doing the right things, and you got a good time date of December of this year. And if you take any of these classes, it's gonna give you good time, and you're gonna walk out the door. I mean, if you get to substance abuse, that's 90 days or 60 days off your sentence. So you need to try to work on getting that completed. And good luck to you. But today, my vote for the same reason Mr. Prater is to deny.
Okay. And then for the same reasons that the other panel, the rest of the panel said, they gave you a lot of encouragement, and I agree with them on that. And so I agree with them. And today I'm denying you for the same reason they are. So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and it's 11:13 a.m.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any.
Hey, Pete, I don't have Joseph Jackson to sign
I
yet.
don't either. I got Brian. I wonder if they know we don't have it.
I'm gonna text them right now.
Good morning, Mr. Savoy. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Or Savoy?
Savoy.
Savoy?
Savoy.
Savoy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Okay, well, good morning to you. The time is now 11:33. I'm gonna, and you're at the IBERIA Parish Jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm chairing the panel today. And I'll be joined by Pete Freeman and Steve Prater, the other board members, and they're joining us on Zoom. Okay? Would you please introduce yourself with your name and DOC number for the record, please?
ARLEN SAVOY, 786-316.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire that you signed? Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. According to this questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, is there anyone else in the room that may want that's with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who's present? They can introduce themselves for the record.
Deputy Brittany Moore.
Okay, deputy. Okay. All right, so I'm going to read off your rule violations, and you're going to say guilty or not guilty with a statement, okay? Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Rule violation number 4. It is alleged that the offender failed to refrain from criminal activity by possession of drugs and illegal carrying of a weapon. Subsequently, the offender was arrested by the New Iberia Police Department on March 13, 2026, and charged with possession with intent to distribute marijuana, synthetic. Second subsequent offense was, it's in parentheses F, possession of marijuana, parentheses F, violation of a drug-free zone, parentheses M, and illegal carrying of a weapon, with parentheses M. These charges are pending under IBERIA docket 2026-CR-323. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty? Okay, you got a statement for that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you changed your plea from previous, huh?
Say it again.
Did you plead guilty earlier at the preliminary hearing to 2, 4, and 6, or no?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So not guilty. And then number 4, it's also alleged that the offender failed to refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. He tested positive for THC, amphetamines, and opiates on March 12, 2026, upon booking into the IBERIA Parish Jail. Guilty or not with a statement?
Guilty.
Okay. Okay, number 6, it's alleged that the offender failed to provide proof of seeking or obtaining employment since being released on parole. Guilty or not guilty with a statement?
Guilty.
Okay. It is alleged that the offender failed to make monthly payments towards supervision fees. He has never made a payment, and he owes an arrearage of $567.
Guilty.
Okay. So you are aware that all of these conditions are something that you're supposed to do. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, you pled guilty to a violation of rule number 4, and a violation of rule number 6, and a violation of rule number 10. but not guilty to the first one. Tell me the circumstances why that would be not guilty.
Because it's not my charges. It wasn't mine.
Whose charge was it? Were you with someone else and it was their charge? You're saying they had a gun and not you? What are you saying here? Anything? Nothing?
It wasn't a gun.
Oh, you're saying there wasn't a gun. Okay, well, I'm gonna pass it to my colleague, board member, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, was there any brass knuckles found in the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were those your brass knuckles or they were someone else's?
It wasn't mine.
Okay, and where were they found? They were found outside on a porch by the door?
I can't tell you what it was from.
Okay, what about the drugs? Any of the drugs yours?
No, sir.
Okay. Are your charges still pending?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that limits our options. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Prater.
Does Ms. Woods have anything to say, the parole agent?
Yes, good morning. Anna Woods of Probation and Parole. Mr. Savoy's pending charges, he doesn't have any further court dates scheduled. He last went to first appearance on March 16th. Bond was set and there were no further court dates scheduled, so he's gonna need to get with the public defender's office to see what's going on with this case since there's been no activity since that date. As far as the brass knuckles, according to the affidavit of the arresting officer, I believe the brass knuckles were located near the front door of the residence. But at the preliminary hearing, the officer didn't find probable cause on that because it wasn't in Mr. Savoy's room itself, but it was inside the residence. And also, his co-defendant, the person whose house that was searched, I believe it's Raylan Abraham, he's currently on probation supervision with our office, and he's also in the violation process with the courts regarding this incident. But other than that, the only thing I would point out is also in the affidavit, when the officers made contact with Mr. Savoy at that Dale Street address, the offender told the officers that he stays in the room with the inflatable bed. I'm not sure why he was sleeping there because that was not his approved residence. So if he did move, I was not notified of that. He was supposed to be living on Sofa Street with his grandmother, so I was not aware that he was sleeping somewhere else at this time.
Okay, were there any drugs in the room with the inflatable bed? Do you know? I couldn't figure out if they found anything in that room.
No, sir.
I believe there was a room past the room where
Right,
Mr.
right, with
Savoy
no door.
was staying with no door. So I don't think it was actually in the room with the inflatable bed, but there was no barrier in between that door and where the drugs were found.
Okay, thank you very much. Did a fine job.
When he was booked for these charges that he's not guilty of, his screen came back hot for THC, amphetamines, and opiates, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Does anyone else have any more statements? Mr. Savoy, would you like to say anything before we vote?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Freeman?
I'm ready.
Are you okay if I let you go first? Because you're gonna get the verbiage correct.
Not
If you
sure. Okay, you only been on, you got, okay. I find you in violation of condition number 2 and 4. And I vote to revoke your probation.
Prater?
My vote is to revoke violation of conditions 2 and 4.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater. So today, Mr. Savoy, parole has been revoked and the time is 11:43.
Yes, ma'am.
Come in.
All right. Let's see. We're just barely good morning, Mr. Ross.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Right.
Okay. Okay, well, today is May 21st and it's 2026. And my name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm chairing the panel today for the Pardon and Parole Board with Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater there on Zoom. Is there anyone in your office with you or are you just by yourself?
By myself.
Okay, I'm gonna need you for the record to say your name and give your DOC number. And you're at Ouachita Parish Correctional Center.
Mr. Lewis Zontrell Ross, 588791.
Okay, do you have a questionnaire?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, according to the questionnaire and the way you answered it, you are not available. I mean, you're not eligible for counsel. You understand appointed counsel?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
sure about that. All right, well, what we have today here, I'm gonna read the information on the revocation sheet, and it says on 9/6/2025, you were arrested by OPSO for aggravated battery and aggravated assault. And it says you had a court date on 5/14/2026. Is that correct? And do you plead guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement?
Not guilty.
All right. Did you have the court date?
Oh, you say, I go to court on this, I go to court for my charges on the 26th, which is 5 days from now.
Oh, okay. All right. It's got here the 14th. In fact, it's changed several times, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Because they can't find a victim or no witnesses to my case.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. So tell me what happened that that the police got involved. Something must have happened.
What happened on the report is not what happened. I got to work maybe 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30. And I was dropped off by my boss man who's on he's on the written affidavits when I go to court. He show up in court every time. I walked down the street to my cousin's house. It's like we stay on the street with a number of family members. So I walked down the street to my cousin's house and I hear my granny's sister, she's what, 90, she was 93 when she passed. She just passed recently since I've been here. But I hear her hollering from like almost a block away. She telling people to get out of her yard and stuff. So I walked down there. It was this one guy. I don't really know him, but I know they call him Herb. He was having words back and forth with her. So I told him to just do what she asked him to do. We got into a verbal altercation, and that was it. He went his way, I went my way. The report say that he called the police at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was nowhere around. No, it happened at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So basically, it's what they saying in my court that is my word against his word. Like nothing really happened. It was a verbal altercation. He went his way, I went my way. 2 days later, he called the police.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm reading in the summary at the preliminary hearing. It says, based on evidence and testimony provided, was there someone at the preliminary hearing that spoke and said otherwise than what you're saying now?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Nobody was there for that either?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in jail? How long have you been in jail? I mean, they picked you up.
I've been here almost 8 months.
8 months. Okay.
How many times you been to court on this?
I've been to court. Well, they just started my preliminary hearing. I go for my first preliminary hearing on the 26th, which is Thursday.
Okay, I thought you said that he wasn't showing up to court.
Yeah, every time I go to court, I've been to court. I've been to court like maybe like 3 times, but this is my first preliminary hearing. They haven't showed up.
Okay, so they gonna have the preliminary hearing and see if there's probable cause.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, so do you want us to decide, Mr. Prater, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, no, I don't feel comfortable his story is so far away from the other story of the charges, and I don't feel comfortable revoking this fella on on what might happen, and we can't just release him because of the fact that he's got felony charges pending. Kind of like some of the other ones, we could continue it and allow him to bond out.
We still gonna continue and allow him to bond out. It doesn't have to be misdemeanor charges.
Correct. And so that's really the options that we have. I don't have any questions of him. So that's just you've been in jail for how long now?
Almost 8 months, 7.5 months.
8 months. Okay. And the chances are good he's gonna be given an opportunity. Well, I won't know that for sure, but he'd probably plea out to a misdemeanor and then we're back right where we were. But I think the only options are to revoke him or to continue him and allow him to bond out, take our hold off of him. But are you asking for my vote?
Well, I'm fixing to, and I wanted to get what y'all's thoughts on this, and both of y'all seem to be in group. Both came up with the same possible idea, the continuance with bond. What do y'all think about that?
Yes, sir. What kind of history do you have, sir, on you?
Yeah, have you ever been arrested for violent crimes?
No, sir. I mean, I've been arrested, but they got dismissed because it didn't happen. And I would really like if, like, I mean, I don't have to get a bond. I'll sit here and wait until the charges are handled because I mean, I don't.
That's gonna be my motion. I'm gonna make a motion. I make the motion that we continue this hearing to after his court date and that it be rescheduled regardless of whether they let him plead or they put it off. Because if witnesses don't show up, I'm not gonna keep holding him in jail.
Thank you, sir.
So my vote today is to continue to after court date and we reschedule.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Prater?
Concur, we need to continue this and reschedule it after the court date.
All right, and I heard my colleagues today to continue and reschedule till after the court date. So today, that's what we're going to do. And your parole, your revocation has been continued. Your date has been continued.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and we're signing off at 12:06 at Ouachita Parish Correction.
Ms. Stapleton. Oh, she already won. Now I'm gonna get the date.
Fucking waste of our time.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
and you're Mr. Harvey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, today is May 21st, 2026, and my name is Carolyn Stapleton. And on the panel today is Mr. Pete Freeman and Steve Prater. They're joining us by Zoom. And I'm talking to you from CADDO Correctional Center. And I want to know, do you have a questionnaire, sir?
No, ma'am.
No? They're going to put it up on the screen for you to see. Because you did have one.
Oh, I do have one.
You got it?
Yes, ma'am.
What about counsel? Have you requested appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have appointed counsel? Wait, here it is right here. I'm sorry. Is this it? No, I don't see where you have it.
Yeah, Your Honor, he has private counsel and I am present. I will sit into the side. My name is Alex Washington III. I represent him in all of his matters, Your Honor, to help him move through these proceedings as he can't speak on everything that's been alleged.
Okay, Mr. Washington, are you appointed counsel or did he hire you?
I'm private counsel, Your Honor.
So he's retained, huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so that answers that question. All right, at this time, we know that your attorney's in the room with you. And I'm going to let Mr. Pete Freeman, he's going to be handling your case today, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're mute.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Apologize for that. Okay, Mr. Washington, I just wanted to let you know at any time you can interrupt during these proceedings if you want to help out your client. And I'll also give you an opportunity at the end to present anything that you would wish to present on this matter, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
First off, let me ask you, how long have you been held in jail, Mr. Harvey?
Today make 120 days I've been in.
Okay, so about 4 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna read your violations, you to plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement, okay?
Yes, sir.
The first one is that you are not to engage in criminal activity, nor will you associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. You avoid bars and casinos and refrain from the illegal use of drugs and alcohol. On October 20th, 2025, probation and parole agents conducted a compliance check at your listed residence. Upon the door being opened, the agents observed a large plume of smoke exiting the residence, consistent with the odor of burnt marijuana. Once inside, agents detected the strong odor of burnt marijuana mixed with fresh air freshener and observed incense burning in the middle of the floor. You were located in the bedroom sleeping with a female occupant, despite the bedroom also containing a noticeable amount of smoke. During the compliance check, Akins located a small hand-rolled cigarette under the bed on the side where you were lying. You were advised post-mortem and the cigarettes contained marijuana. You also submitted drug testing that morning and tested positive for marijuana. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Okay.
But
He would like to make a statement with that, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead, bud.
I was guilty to being dirty, to the fact I was smoking at a point in time, but I never had no weed like around me.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think he's trying to state that he did have some type of marijuana use before, which is why he had a dirty test. Just saying that what was found was not his, and that he didn't.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, also, about January 22nd, 2026, you committed the criminal offense of obstruction of justice and resisting an officer and were placed in the CADDO Correctional Center by probation and parole agents McEntee and Francis. And In this offense, the officer requests access to your phone. Mr. Harvey immediately threw his phone down on the floor and broke it in an attempt to prevent agents from seeing the content. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, tell me what happened.
Well, yeah, Your Honor, because this is a pending case, my client can't speak on this at this moment. However, as far as he has one felony involving on this case, which is obstruction of justice. However, he was charged with obstruction of justice, and there is currently no criminal proceeding that this obstruction of justice pertains to. And being that it doesn't pertain to any current criminal proceeding, at the end of the RS 14-130.1, and I believe that at trial or later on after speaking with the state that he would be successful in this not being a felony. Number 7 says, when the obstruction of justice involves an official act of an agent or employee or government entity, the offender shall be fined no more than $1,000 in prison for not more than 6 months or both, and that it would be a misdemeanor because.
Okay. But I understand exactly what you're saying, but it's a myth that you can't get revoked on parole for misdemeanors. Okay. But I do understand what you're saying 100%. Okay, so the agent said that you destroyed them. Okay, I understand. You don't want to speak. When is his trial date, by the way?
Well, Your Honor, actually, he hasn't even been arraigned for these charges as of yet. This is really at the absolute beginning, absolute inception of his case.
Okay.
And so we have another date coming up on June 10th. I have been speaking to the state, and my understanding is if the police doesn't provide evidence of an actual investigation or something that they was looking for that would have been found on the phone, that my client would either have a lesser charge or this could possibly be dismissed, because at the time there was nothing for him to obstruct. Because my understanding, even at the PE, when I asked officers, did you show him a warrant? Did he know you have a warrant? The officer spoke and he said that everything happened too fast.
I got you.
So
I understand everything that you're saying. In court, he's got problems. There may be some stuff to look at.
There's some legitimate issues with the entire thing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm gonna read the other one. I shall not have in my possession control any forms of dangerous weapons. On or about July 28th, 2025, you posted photographs on social media depicting yourself wearing black t-shirt and black jeans while standing inside of a convenience store holding a styrofoam drink cup. In these images, an extended magazine is clearly protruding from your right pants pocket, and the outline of what appears to be a handgun is visible inside the pocket. The caption accompanying the image reads, 4 years later, we back at it again, free D4. On September 22nd, 25, you posted additional photographs on this social media depicting yourself wearing a white t-shirt, tan jacket, and matching tan shorts bearing the signature OB on the left leg, along with white shoes. In these images, you are observed with a firearm concealed in your right pants pocket, which is an extended magazine, and the bottom of the pistol grip was visibly protruding from your pocket. On December 28, 2025, you posted a video on Instagram depicting yourself wearing a white t-shirt, black and red wingsuit pants, and the GPS monitoring device. In this video, you are observed in possession of what appears to be an AR-style pistol. You are clearly identifiable in the video, and location is recognizable as the residence located at 2651 Vivian Street, which has a distinct carport and white support beams. In the video, you are seen hanging from the carport beams with the AR-style pistol is within his reach. In additional portion of the video and related ventures, you observe with the weapon tucked in your pants with the pistol grip protruding from your clothing. You are also observed walking along public streets in 4800 block of Virginia Street while armed. How do you plead to that charge?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that they didn't find probable cause for that, and that's not on the sheets that we have presently.
Okay.
That's what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me look back at the top and see what they found problem. Okay, yeah, they found him not guilty on number 5 and number 13. Okay. And so they also charged you with number 10, paying your supervision fees. You were $315 behind. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty, but I have been paying it since I've been in. I was working, but I was working at Interstate Batteries, but I ended up quitting due to the acid burnt, messing with my hands. But I've been trying though. I've been paying it since I've been in.
And what were you doing?
Oh, I was working with my dad at a Andrew's pool company, trying to get it.
And what is it down to?
It's down to $115 now.
Okay. And then last but not least, they got condition number 13. That's about your electronic monitoring device and saying that you tampered with it. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, but there was over 100 violation reports about you tampering with it. I mean, what do you got to say about that? You didn't advise them, but of 2.
I advised them every time that I had like the monitor had tripped or malfunctioning for me. I went and reported it. Then on December 19th, I really went and turned it in the next day to get a new one. So if I don't really know if
Yeah, Your Honor, I understand that there are alleged 100 violations, but none of these violations have dates, and they don't speak about what my client did. It's my understanding that he did contact and was in contact with his parole officer on a regular basis on December 19th, and it's my understanding that my client did fax this information of a picture of the device once it was defective, and that he sent it to his PO, and then after that he went, turned it in, and got another device. There's no evidence of him absconding from parole, which would show that he did immediately try to fix the situation, and until he had new charges, didn't have an issue with his parole being revoked based on the alleged incident. But I can only speak on the one violation that they have, because them simply having a blanket statement of 100 violations doesn't really give us much to work with as far as going back and proving what happened. And for the one date that they did give us, it's my understanding that the picture and text messages were faxed to you all and emailed as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got it. I have no further questions for you or your client. Does any of my colleagues have any questions?
Mr. Prater?
Really don't have any questions. I just got a statement. Say your last name for me so I don't misunderstand.
Harvey.
That's your last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Harvey. I just, whatever the outcome is today, and I hadn't quite made up my mind, but whatever the outcome is today, you got to understand, you're making it so easy on us. When I say us, I mean law enforcement, the parole board. You're making it easy. You got certain rules you got to live by and go by, especially when you're on parole. And we want to see you succeed. We don't get any enjoyment out of putting you back in jail or making you serve more time. That doesn't make me happy at night when I lay in bed and say, oh, I got that fella back in jail. I'd much rather go to sleep with good dreams, thinking about how we saved a fella.
Yes, sir.
When you get out, just think about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's all I got. I sometimes turn into dad mode, and I don't mean to, but I want to see you successful.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have any questions. It looks like nobody else does. Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote? Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay,
Cast the verse vote.
Mr. Harvey, I listened to what you had to say, and I understand a lot of this in court is going to be hashed out. But first off, the minute you threw the phone on the floor and stomped it, you're in violation of your parole. You have to give all access to the parole officer of all that kind of stuff, all digital communication. But so I find you in violation of condition number 4 and number 13, and my vote is to revoke.
All right, Mr. Prater,
Concur, revoke, violation of conditions 4 and 13.
and mine is the same. I concur. Violation number 4 and number 13. And so today, Mr. Harvey, your role has been revoked. And the time is 12:32.
Hey, you listening to the hearings?
Okay, good afternoon. Mr. Jackson? Captain Miles.
Yes, he's present.
That's Captain Miles.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to work with you at the Sheriff's Office, Carolyn Stapleton.
You did.
We know each other. Yes.
Great to see you.
Good to see you too. All right, well, let's see. We're going to start off today. It's May 21st, 2026, and the time is 12:44. And we're here to have a revocation hearing on Mr. Joseph Jackson, please. Is he around?
Yes, he is.
Oh. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm going to be the chairman today on the hearing for the Pardon and Parole Board. And also joining Zoom is Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Steve Prater. And I've got that your location is the East Baton Rouge Parish Jail Prison, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you please, for the record, will you please give your name and your DOC number?
And my DOC number, Joseph Dwayne Jackson Sr., 387914.
Okay. All right. And that Captain Miles or Miles? For the record, would you give your name, please?
Captain Barry Miles, Chief of Intake and Release, East Baton Rouge Parish Prison.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Today your case has been assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman, so I'm going to pass it along to him.
Yes,
well, first let me ask you, did you have a questionnaire? I forgot to ask you that. Did you have a questionnaire?
No, ma'am. Oh,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You got it? You see it? Okay, it says here that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So now we can proceed. Mr. Freeman.
I thought it was Mr. Prater's case.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've got your name on it. It's my mistake. Mr. Prater. Mr. Steve Prater is going to take the case.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, just got a few questions to ask you. And I think I hope that we're going to hear from Savannah Corona here. I see someone else is on Zoom, but it doesn't have their name. I'm hoping that's Savannah. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, you're charged when you get out of jail and get out of prison on parole. you agree to certain conditions. One of these conditions, you agree not to have anything to do with criminals or illegal drugs or crime or commit any crimes and that sort of thing. And you're charged with a crime, and this and of course I understand that you've already pled guilty, so we're through with that court case. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department on 10/16 of 2025, and for domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment, and interfering with emergency communications. And so you pled guilty to the misdemeanor, interfering with emergency communications. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you guilty of having done the domestic abuse, battery, and the interfering with communications?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you guilty of, I assume you're guilty of the communication, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hear about that in just a minute. I believe that's the only violation that you have here. Tell me about the incident, and then I want to hear from Miss Corona in just a minute. So tell me what happened that night.
Well, during the day, I was at my father's house, and somebody told me she was kind of out of whack. So I went down to check on her. She was having a panic attack. So she thinking about, I guess, in some kind of harm's way or trying to harm her. So she called the police. So I screamed through the phone telling them that she was having a panic attack and things. And to de-escalate, I go to class for a sex offender. And to de-escalate the situation, I walks off before the police get there. And being though as I know I'm on parole and I'm addressed at my father's house where I live at, you know what I'm saying? If I felt like they had wanted more questions, they'll come down there, which was like 5, 6 houses down where I was in the yard with my child. You know, ain't no child. I don't know where the child endangerment come from because wasn't no child at the house. The little girl was at school, and the little boy, he had come down from some neighbor's house, and they seen the situation, and they took the baby to my father's house. That's where I was at. Uh, and by me knowing I have 10 years left on paper, you know what I'm saying? I've been home for like 7 years. I try my best to do everything I have to do and stay out of harm's way. And in that situation right there, I feel like I was in harm's way. So I walked away from the situation.
Okay. And where did the phone come? How did the phone come up?
She had the phone in her hand. She was on the phone with she had her own phone. Was on the phone with the operator. And I was
okay. I got you. And
I was trying to tell her. I was trying to tell the operator that.
Okay, how'd the marks get on her arms and stuff?
The marks?
Yes, sir.
Me personally, honestly, I think the marks was there already. That's just like the child endangerment. I'm like, well, you know, they have no proof. The child wasn't nowhere in the house. So why would I even get a child endangerment? I love my children, my family. That is my child, Josiah Jackson, you know what I'm saying? And I never put her or him in harm's way. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not that type of person. I went to jail when I was 15 years old.
Did you hear maybe you misunderstood what I said, Mr. Jackson. I was wondering where the marks on her arms, on Miss Savannah Corona's arms came from. The police report mentioned that there was some redness or swelling on her arms or something.
Yeah, I heard the question you had asked. Like I said, I don't know where the marks came from because I never put my hand on her. Period.
Okay.
And no time.
Okay, and you've been on parole since 3/16 of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I've read every one of your entries, where from your parole and probation officer or agent, and I've read every one of them in it, and I've got to compliment you on you have done everything that's expected of you. And that was apparent in reading through that long list of things for the last 7 years or however long it's been. You've done what you need to do to stay out of jail, and I compliment you on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's talk to Miss Savannah Corona.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Miss Corona, tell us what you want to and what you think about Mr. Joseph Jackson. And I understand y'all been together for 5 years. Is that correct?
It's actually 7. We've been together for 7 years.
7 years, my goodness. Okay. All right. Well, tell me about this fella and about that night or afternoon in question.
Okay, so I'll start with what happened. I was having a panic attack, and they called Joseph to come and try to calm me down. When he got there, I was hallucinating. I was thinking he was trying to hurt me. When I have panic attacks, I hurt myself. So that's where I heard you ask him where the bruises or whatever came from on my arms, the swelling and the redness. That came from me. I did that to myself. And the only thing that Joseph tried to do was calm me down. He grabbed me, he kind of held me, and it was like, please calm down. And I thought he was gonna hurt me. So I was trying to call the ambulance on myself already. And when they got there, they didn't even take me to the hospital or nothing. All they did was put a warrant out for Joseph. He's a very good person. He takes care of the babies. He don't do nothing wrong. This shit, excuse my language. This is all my fault. I didn't mean to say that, but this is all my fault. He doesn't deserve to be in jail. He didn't deserve to be there for 7 months.
Okay.
He does everything he's supposed to do. He goes to class. He pays his fees. He does everything he's supposed to do.
Okay. All right. And do you have panic attacks frequently and have a history?
I do. I have anxiety and major depressive disorder. I have bipolar disorder.
So
I wasn't on my medicine.
You're lucky to have him around, aren't you?
Yeah.
And he's lucky to have you, it sounds like. Okay, did my board have any more questions of Miss Corona before I move back to Mr. Jackson?
I just wanted to say that when you listed the problems that you have, I do know that some of those problems that you mentioned, that people will have an episode, and during those episodes they do hallucinate. So that is possible. That's what happened.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jackson, do you currently have a job?
Well, I was working at RDI, which is the garbage place, and I used to ride a bike from my house to Baker, Louisiana. Well, right off the entrance of Baker, Louisiana, to go to work in the morning. Even if I don't get a truck, it's almost like a temp service. If I don't get a truck, I just go back home, probably cut grass in the neighborhood, you know what I'm saying, fix stuff, help around, try to make.
You think you can get back to working there again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me ask about your history. I know that you're on parole for a forcible rape and an armed robbery, which are both very serious things, but that you're a first offender. Do you have any charges prior to that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I was incarcerated as a juvenile.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was incarcerated as a juvenile.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That's all I've got.
Yeah, I just have one question. Are you allowed to be around your children?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
you do have that. Okay,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Okay, so panel ready to vote?
Ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
Because of Mr. Jackson's his attitude and his years of parole that he's been doing right, I don't want to turn things around and throw him back in jail and revoke his parole. So I want him to go back and pick up where he left off with the understanding that this is, I don't have to tell him how serious this was and how close this was, but my vote is that we not revoke him, that he be returned to supervision.
Mr. Freeman? Mr. Freeman?
I concur. I concur with Mr. Prayer. I think he's done a good job. And after listening to what his significant other had to say, I think it'd be best to just continue him on supervision.
Hey, and I also concur, do not revoke. And Savannah, honey, you need to take your medicine for everybody's sake, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do that. All right, so today, Mr. Jackson, you have not been revoked, and that concludes our hearing.
All right. Good luck, sir.
So you make it out of all this.
Hey, yeah.
You're welcome,
Yes,
sir.
yes.